Hello everybody, I am back. So, plans for today are Minecraft. Tomorrow, Trice Phallos comes out for being the next Everdark Sovereign in Night Reign, so I'll be doing that. Hopefully. Yeah, that's it. Why is this not showing up? My Twitch dashboard. Am I streaming or am I talking to nobody?
Any lore significance?
Tab. Okay, I am live. Okay. Don't know why that was not working, but it is now. So. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. I guess I probably have quite a bit to talk about. Because it's been a while, and I've continued to try and do things that I didn't think were pushing too far. So, slight update on these. I don't think they were here last time. I added these pipes to this. So now, because every so often, even when you put a good egg in, it'll become a bad egg in the process of this. So I just have it so that this is set to suck out bad eggs, put them in the trash still, just like this. So now these systems are fully automated and don't get bogged down by bad eggs. You might notice this now. I'm not actually sure if it's doing anything. I've put these in just to give it more efficiency, I guess. But yeah. This is set up to be the centrifuges that, well, I just had one centrifuge up at the front here, which I'll talk more about what's changed up here. But it was just sitting there, had lava going into it, and was generating copper, aluminum, and chromium. And this is now doing that job. But one thing I've noticed about this doing it is it doesn't actually seem to be doing the processing array's abilities to do multiple recipes at once. Because like 17, 11, 3, that's just what you get from doing one recipe's worth. Like 17, 11, 3, 1. If it was doing the processing array, I would have expected that it would do multiple at once, as it does with other stuff. Although, how much does it take for one bucket? So I would expect it to be able to do at least 32. Because it should be able to pull in 32 buckets at a time and output. Well, unless it's just a matter of that's too many things. Okay. So yeah, it seems like it was just a matter of that was too many things at one time. So I have to go with the largest number I can according to the recipe's output. which is going to be 3, I think. Yeah, because 16 times 4 is 64, so this can only do 3, probably. If I assume 17 times 3 is smaller, that's 30 plus 21 is 51. Yeah, so I can do that. Okay. Now we're outputting at max capacity. I'm surprised it didn't do that without needing sorry, words are failing me. I'm surprised it didn't do that without needing me to specifically only put 3 in. Oh, I guess another thing I can talk about is on my hotbar you might notice I don't have a bow anymore. I just figured I don't actually use it that much. I can just use my sword, which is why I kept it, just in case I need it for that. So I was just like, you know, I can put this away. And as you can see, I have the crafting components for a bunch more processing arrays. Just have basic steel item inputs and outputs just to start. I'll upgrade those with time. So what other recipes do I want to do with this? Probably that one. Oh, this will be a good one for a processing array. I'll have to put in a bunch of hydrogen, but in return I'll get multiple things of tritium and deuterium. Heavy water to heavy water? Buckets of heavy water can be extracted from a water source block via an electric pump with a filter upgrade installed. Interesting. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. As opposed to this, which is 1,000 to 20. So it might be faster to do the other way. I guess we'll find out once we have to do heavy water stuff when I end up testing that. Why do I need heavy water again? Yeah, it's for this. It's to make deuterium and tritium and stuff. That's the very final tier. So we will want a processing array with a full stack of centrifuges in it for other recipes like this. For recipes like this, we'll want 63 over 3. 121. For this, we'll want a stack of 21 and 1. Yeah, so we want one processing array with a full stack of centrifuge in it. But if we ever need to increase our production of this, which, oh, you know what, now that I'm looking at that, that's probably consuming a lot of my network. Yeah, that's still times 15, and it costs so much less. What's that? Times 9? We can do that one. Oh, I guess I can talk about this now, since I've just revealed it. I took the time to craft the wireless universal terminal with 3 different terminals installed on it. It was pretty easy. I just made crafting and I think it was this, the pattern encoding. I made these 2 first and you get this, but then I installed a third thing, which is the extended pattern provider. And I bound opening the terminals to a button, so now I can just access my applied energistics from anywhere. Yeah, if I want to look at a different terminal, this is the pattern encoding, extended pattern access, and back to the crafting terminal. So, in order to make it so that this had access to my system, back to the stream. So, I was talking about this. So in order to make it so that this terminal had access to the system from anywhere, I had to build this, the ME quantum ring, and the... No, I didn't require the Fluix ME dense smart cables. I just chose to make them that. I don't actually think I need this, but it was what I originally used because it's what I was reading. Oh, I'll also have to talk about this, I guess, after. And you need to make a quantum entangled singularity. Whenever you make one of these, they come in a pair, and then I just made it so that mine, and I just named them both wireless terminals. That way, I would know what they're for, even though I'm probably not going to need any more. So, in order to make these, you just need an unstable singularity, and this, you just cause an explosion near it. To make this, you need a regular singularity and industrial TNT. I've already made the implosion compressor. I believe I've shown that off. I don't actually remember where we were last time I was streaming this, but I've made these before. You just put a bunch of items into a condenser. Yeah, it takes 256,000 items. So I just made one of those, went through all of that process. And now my terminal can access it from anywhere. So, the QIO dashboard. I decided to take the time to make this. There's currently no storage in it, but it does work. I did make one storage thing just to test it. And actually I can show this off. So as you can see, I don't have a QIO exporter in there right now, but if I actually forgot that I had that in there. But if I put a QIO exporter in there, it appears back up here. Even though it's not in this system, right behind the dashboard is a storage bus, which accesses this system and what's in it. So, this system also works. So yeah, that's how this is being accessed. Yeah, I guess that's everything back here talked about. But if I ever need to up this production, I guess I can just have to make a new processing array. Although, is this worth the space it's taking up? Because I could just place 3 of these. Actually, the one reason it could be worth it is because it takes less advanced upgrades. Or less upgrades in general. It also takes less item hatches. Then again, I guess if you just place them directly, you don't need item hatches. Is there anything else it saves on? Oh, this is one thing it saves on. HV energy input hatches. If you didn't have these, you would otherwise need to use the turbo machine casings. And there's one turbo machine casing to make an HV energy input hatch. So this just causes slightly less. But no, because it takes 3 to do this. And if you weren't doing it in there, you would just need to put 3 turbo energy hatches down. So you would end up with the same amount used because you can only put a max of 3 centrifuges in here when doing this recipe. So the only thing that you save space on is the upgrades. Because otherwise I would need to put 16 times 3, 48? Yeah. 48 upgrades just in 3 separate, spread across 3 separate centrifuges. Whereas this recipe, I can do it with just one processing array. I wonder if more output hatches would allow for more centrifuges to go into there. That'll probably be something I'll look at in the future. Oh, I guess another thing is I've taken a bunch of stuff out of here, which you might have noticed. So I put my food up here now instead. And I've just kept only the things that I actually regularly take out. All of this is just kind of temporarily in here. If we look at the things I have memorized, it's just up to this. So all of this is just placing blocks that I think I'll be using soon. Which means in my hotbar, I have removed the bow and replaced it. I already talked about removing the bow. But I replaced it with the teleport staff, which I used to keep in here. So now I can just teleport places as needed. But time to talk about this. So as you can see, this area is much more barren than it was. You know, there used to be the 12 coke ovens here. And a bunch of stuff here. But I have built a bunch of processing arrays. You know, we used to just have the one here for assemblers. I've expanded that to now include cutting machine, bending machine, compressor, electric furnace, electric wire mill, and this is the macerator. I built the macerator over here just so I could, and I moved these slightly just so that I could have it automatically macerate all of this stuff as it comes in. And I've still just been outputting it to here. Eventually, I'm going to have to move outputting there into outputting in here. And eventually, I'm just going to have to move towards inputting directly into the system. But for now, I'm just using these two chests for stuff that's relatively infinite coming in, or just has such a high stack amount that I didn't want to deal with it yet in a system. So, I need to make 18 more centrifuges. And I already have most of the ingredients for it. I was doing that last time. What else? Oh, I guess these weren't here last time. Yeah, I moved these over from there and connected them into the system. So I even made it so that it automatically cools ingots that need to be cooled. So now when I put something in here, aluminum isn't a good example. What's an example? Chromium. So if I put chromium through here, it'll come out and then go right back into this and come out. And then I can get the cooled version instead of the hot version in here directly. I was low on copper, or sorry, aluminum. I also connected this into it to output acetylene. Just because I'll need that for vinyl chloride for a bunch of stuff. So, figured I might as well make sure I'm maximizing my production of this. What else? This is just for platinum. No, not platinum, titanium. The manganese sulfuric solution plus titanium, raw titanium, is how you make the hot ingot. So I just have this here in case I need to do that. Oh, in here, where can I see this corner? There we go. This corner underneath it has the argon container, which is inputting infinite argon into there. I have this helium tank hooked up to this so that I get helium and it outputs cryofluid. Because I'll need this for a bunch of recipes. Anything else changed? Oh, this is the new place for one of the coke ovens. It's the only one I cared to keep, just so that I could keep making lubricant, because I didn't want to use any of this other stuff. Yeah, that just seemed like a unnecessary amount of creosote oil to be making for how much lubricant gets used. I didn't think I would need more than that, and so far I haven't. But I do still have a large surplus stored of both lubricant and creosote oil so that I can do tons of on-demand recipes that require lots. But overall, I don't think I'll need more than this production. Which means I needed a redstone chicken over here to make the redstone for this, so that I wouldn't have to fill it manually like I have been. And a coal chicken to produce the coal for here, so I moved that from over there as well. And then I still put this chest here because something else over here was using coal. Oh, it's underneath here. How I'm getting the steam for this is underneath here, and there's coal in the machine. So we need to I have a couple things I kind of need to do. I need to make the turbo machine casings, machine hulls, because words are failing me. I need to make turbo machine hulls because I need to make a bunch of HV energy inputs for all the processing arrays. I also need to make a full stack of each of these. Actually, I might only need a half stack of this. This is a slight issue. So, for Invar, I need not half a stack, but 21. And for battery alloy and something like copper nickel, I need a half stack. I think I go with the half stack because I don't think I need that much Invar. I think this is one of the only things I actually need Invar for still. I don't need more heat-proof machine casings unless I'm building another electric blast furnace or something like that, and I still have some extra. Small heat exchangers, so I do need it for plates for this. I also need it for gears. I might need quite a bit more, but I don't think it'll ever be such large amounts that I need to do like massive amounts at a time like I will for battery alloy. Oh yeah, as you can see, I've gotten rid of the large advanced steam furnace boiler, that's what it's called, that was sitting in these 9 blocks. And I just moved some of the wiring so that this would be a shorter distance. Which, luckily I've got it so that there's no constant network usage on it. So this is pretty much how much steam I have left to mostly... I don't need any of these immediately. The only one I do is the electric alloy smelter for battery alloy. So I want to get that one next, actually. Because once I have that one in a working processing array, then once that's in a working process array, then I can tear down this entire system and start and get some room back. You know, I think once I'm done with this tank, I want to move it over to here. That way I can collect a lot more boosted diesel all at once. Which means I'll have to move this entire system a bit. Maybe I'll just rotate it around to this side. Seems like a decent idea, which will be annoying, but not too hard. So, now we can get started on today's stuff. One quest I accidentally did was this. When I was setting up automating this, I obviously put my iridium through this macerator, which meant I got this back, which triggered the quest. So, not a really important one. So the plan for today, working more on those processing arrays, and I also kind of want to try and get these done. But to do that, I'm going to need more tin cables. I already remember that that's what I had just finished working on, or what I had just run out of is the word I'm looking for. Because for this, I'm missing those. For this, I'm missing those. Yeah. So. Okay. So. Tin. To make cables, I need to make plates. So as you can see, if I watch this, it'll give me a stack at a time. Right now, the limiting factor on it is actually these outputs and inputs. Whenever it does one full stack at a time, it's... Yeah, as you can see, it fills up very quickly. So you need to really get not just advanced, but ideally I have to have put one of these somewhere. Not even just turbo. Although turbo's pretty good. Maybe I don't have any of whatever the next tier is. Turbo is kind of like the minimum you want for working with these at full capacity. But what you really want is highly advanced. Because once you get highly advanced in... I don't actually know if I have any highly advanced item inputs. Ah. Yeah, but once you get highly advanced item outputs specifically, then this can work more constantly, but still, getting one stack at a time is much quicker than what it used to be. This goes into the wire mill. There. I want to put all of these up here. Okay, so the copper one can go through again. So if I need to make space to add more wires here, I can remove these three. I need to keep copper, electrum, and I can remove aluminum as well. Yeah, there are just some things with doing this that you have to make sure you don't accident. Well, this is specifically because of me outputting and inputting into the same chest. If I had two separate chests here, or as in the future where I'll probably output directly into the system, then it would be fine to just not put a blacklist on, but because of how I'm doing it right now, I need to make sure I blacklist stuff so I don't accidentally run this through a second time. And, oh, tin can't actually go through a second time. Good to know. Platinum, which can go through a second time and accidentally craft the next thing. Like the fine wire. Silver wire. We don't even use silver for anything. Superconductor tin. Fine wire, fine wire. Fine wire. Is that really it? Huh. Okay. Well then, now that we have all of this, see, what's nice is now instead of going all the way back inside just to craft, I already have my entire system right here. So I can just stand in one place and do all of my crafting right where I'm standing. We'll make as many as we can, and we've run out of... Oh, really? I was off by one? Oh, that's a nuisance. Now I have to go through the process to make these just for one. So, you know what? I'm going to make this a little bit easier. I don't need to look into those further. I don't think I need any more of those. And I don't need to care about those because I can do it off the top of my head. Okay. I don't need to grab any of this stuff because I'll be able to do all of that in the crafting menu. This I need to do something with. And that. Okay, I think that's most of the stuff I need to grab from the chests. Run those through the alloy smelter. Run those plates through there. Ah, that's one thing we need. Dust. We need one of those. And this goes through the mixer. Oh, huh. This goes through the furnace. Four, 19, 29. Pop those in, and this needs to go through here. And now we can pop that in, make as many of these batteries as we can. Should be able to make this now. Which means we should be able to make this now. This through the compressor. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't put the plates through in other ways, because all these other plates can't be turned into all the other plates can't be turned into curved plates, but those ones can. So I wanted to specifically exclude them, and there's too many plates to add all of them into that, so chest time. I'm just going to... Oh, this was just something I added because sometimes I just go AFK to let things run. So I wanted a safe place to stand. So I just walked into here, hit the lever. Oh, whoops. If I do it like that. There we go. So yeah, I would just walk in there, flip the lever, and then be safe from the occasional zombies, which would just come around. Um, Yeah, I pre-prepared to make both of these things. Well, actually, I couldn't pre-prepare anything here. I haven't made any of this stuff before. This one, I made these three things. You know, this was just this. This involved two more of those, plus this stuff, which I've all made. And this is all of this. So it was all pretty simple. And that's because I believe this is, or this will be better than this. The one thing I won't have is vein mining, but I don't actually do much mining myself anymore. So I don't really need to worry about that. So I need to make 4 cooling pads, 2 superconductor things, 1 superconductor wire, and 3 highly advanced upgrades. Well, these are just this, so the fact that I have to make 2 of those means I need 16, 17 of these, which means I need to do 3 recipes worths, which means I need 9 superconductor wire is super easy. Six of these, so I need to make 10 of these. And I already have more than enough of everything here, except for maybe these. And then to make these is the hardest thing. Okay, but I think I have to make the alloy smelter first. Because I can't move this entire... So I have to make the alloy smelter. HV... Turbo? Turbo fluid input. I need to make one more... Where's my unpacker? Nope, that's my packer. My unpacker, I already moved over to here. How do I make this again? There you go. Huh. I could tear this entire system down now, because now I can move the electric alloy smelter over to there. I can move the metal press over to there whenever I want. And the rest of the system is not necessary for making most of the next stuff, I believe. Right? Polarizer could be. What I should do is make a bunch of these. Do I need anything of these systems in order to do that, though? To craft all of this... Aluminum. No, I won't need it for any of that. I already have tons of sodium. Won't need it for any of that. I might need it for that. Turbo machine casing. Won't need it for that. I don't think. Okay. Yeah, I think I have to make a bunch of turbo machine casings next. I can make the electric alloy smelter stuff as well. I should just try and make as many of those as I can. I'll need like 64, 32, 64. Actually, yeah, 64. 64. So that's 64 times 3 plus 32. 64 times 4, 5. Probably 5 at least. 6 ish. 65 times 6 plus 32. No, not 65. 64 times 6 plus 32 is 416. So I need to make 416 of these. Steel machine casing. Okay, I have enough of those. $416. So now let's do tin. Oh, I already have the tin I need for that part. So the only thing we need to worry about is the battery alloy. I'm just going to ignore the fact that I have 20. Dust, that's what I should look up. Just going to temporarily put that in there. And antimony. There we go. So we need copper, nickel, wire, magnetic. 32 times 3 is 96. 96 over 2 is 45, 48. So I need 48 ingots. Which means I need 24 copper and 24 nickel. Copper, nickel. 24 copper and 24. Dust. Dust would have been the right way to search for that. Okay. And we're going to need to make 64 of these, which means we need a lot of aluminum. I'm going to do this with dust, because I think my aluminum is still recovering from when I used a lot of it. People are really coming out of the woodwork to advertise their own stuff. Sorry, there we go. Sorry, yeah, I got distracted by people just advertising their own stuff. And I am waiting on this. I'm going to temporarily replace that one so that I can do this. Maybe I just need to do this so that there's constant removal. How did that go? And if I just do this, it'll constantly be removed and can't build up high enough to stop it. So, just a couple more seconds of this. How did that do? Oof, still so much more. And we can pop that into there. This is why I want to do this one. Oh, I needed to check for these. So I know I don't need it for that at all. I need the assembler for this, polyethylene. I already have a bunch of polyethylene, actually. Enough to make 64 of these, maybe? Yes, definitely. This just goes into the assembler. Yeah, I can't get by at doing this without needing any of this stuff. So I can tear this down and work on getting a better electric alloy setup at the same time. But now that I've started this, I don't want to tear it down in the middle of it. I've run into a crossroads. How is this going? Working its way through. So. I need to make 10 of these. Which means I need 60 tin plates. Okay, let's go compress these. How's my system doing? Good. I can't wait to get to EV tier, because I think that's going to be the first tier where I'm not worried about network transfer. However, then because I won't be worried about network transfer, I'll start adding a bunch of upgrades to stuff. And then at that point, I will need to worry about a network transfer. It's just working its way through. Okay, next. We need 20 of these. Uh, 20 of these. I'm guessing I don't have the pumps for that. No, I don't have any. Okay. You know what? Let's grab the fluid pumps I'm going to need. Going to need to make more of those. Means I'll need to make a bunch of bronze curved plates. Do I use bronze plates for something? Machine casings, maybe? Don't need it for that. Oh yeah. Technically I need it for these. And for that. Bronze. So I need 1 stack to use up those, and then I need 6 more stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An extra one to fill that up. And there we go. Okay, so now I just need to make 20 of these, which means I need 80 Invar plates. How much Invar do I have? Pretty much none. So I need 80, but the closest number is 81. 81 over 3 is 27. So that means I need 18 iron and, is it nickel? Yeah. There we go. We can add this to the list of things. So for stainless steel, we need 4 plates times 20 is also 80. Bending machine up here. So next, we need 80 of these. Oh, that's a lot. That's very much a lot. And what is this to make? 10 of these. Wow. Okay, so to make 10 of these, I need 20 of these, which means I need 80 of these, which means I need 80 of these. So we won't be working on that until we have this. We don't necessarily need every... Yeah, we won't be working on that until I have these made, because I need to then connect this polarizer up to that system so that I can work without worrying about my steam running out. Um, on this then. Look up dust. I want 1 stack of this. 2 stacks of this. Three stacks of this. And then I need annealed copper. And I need 3 stacks of it. Yeah. I don't have enough. Never mind then. Putting all of that back. I could make annealed copper. That doesn't require this thing. But I actually have to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. Okay, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Actually, I'm gonna grab socks. Let me swap back to the game. There we go. And hopefully the world loads slow enough that I can put my socks on. It is not. I only got one of my socks on. So we're waiting on the battery alloy. Oh, interesting. So you don't actually need any iridium to get to this tier. Good to know. You do need iridium to get to the quantum tier, though. So, okay. This is the point where I need to start grabbing it every so often. It seemed to do fine, actually. How much more? 132? Okay, let's finish this off. Two, 1, 0. Perfect timing. Okay, battery alloy. Compress this. So I need to put 832 regular plates separated, and then the rest can be... What did I need copper nickel for again? Was it related to this? Oh no, it was for this. What if I just... Shoot. Speed that up a little bit. There we go. So for this, I need to turn it into plates as well. Uh, shh. So 29 means... Sorry, 27 means it was 9 and 18. How much invar do I need again for this? 80. So this is far too much. This would be 48 plus 20 would be 68, 75. That would be 78. There we go. Should be something like that. Yeah, we definitely are starting to get low on steam. This through the wire mill. $832, so this can all go into there. And this can all go into here. Perfect. Oh, that's done. So That's the 80 invar we need. We can turn this into plates. I've already done that, which means the next thing is the pumps. You know what? I'm going to make a bunch of annealed copper. What was this for? This? Yes. So that can be turned into plates. I almost need another fluid input. You know what? Why not? Steel fluid input. Thing. Fluid pipe. Oxygen. Oxygen. Although actually, alternatively, we could just make it go to the exact same spot. Since it's not like we'll ever be having to do 2 recipes at the same time. Out. That is now full of oxygen. Yeah, Mario. Okay, so that should now be making annealed copper. Can it handle that? Yeah, I can handle that. So, still handling it fine? Yes, it is. That's over. It's almost at the max overclock it has, which is 2 times overclock. And I don't know if that'll be able to last, but it can go for a while. So, there we go. This can all go through the polarizer. That's what I was waiting on. This stuff. Now we can add all of that into there and make as much of this as we can. So, you know what? I'm going to make... Yeah, I'm going to make more of this first. Okay, that can go into there. Good, it's slowly building up chlorine. Oh, I guess one thing I never mentioned is I got rid of the other tower, which was making brine into liquid lithium, which I had been decondensating into lithium, which I had been putting through the chemical crystallizer to make lithium dust, because in all the time I spent offline, I got a lot of it. And I calculated how much I thought I might need as a sort of rough maximum, and it was like 7,000. So I already have more than enough for what I should probably use, if I even use that much. Because a lot of it was going into something which I might never make, but I just kind of assumed, I was like, okay, well, even if I don't think I'll make it, I'll prepare for it, and then if I don't use it, it doesn't matter. I'm very likely to only use like 80 of the dust. So I was just like, okay, that's more than enough. I'll tear down the other tower. And then I decided to replace it with this stuff. So, you know, theoretically, I could connect that oxygen all the way over to here. Oh, and what I put in here is these two devices now. Let's take a view of where we could take this over to there. Oh, hey, if we, Oh, actually that would be a problem. If we got a different colored one, run blue all the way along here. Where do we want to get it over to there? We want to get it to that spot, so we would want to run it to this block. We could do that. Not a bad idea. Guess we'd have to go with the red colored pipe. Fluid pipe. Red dye. Fluids. Open bottom. Okay, so we're going to run this all the way out to here. In. And now we have to connect this back up over here. No, where's my red pipe gone? Here it is. I need stone just to bury that again. There, now I should be able to make I don't know how you guys spawned in here. But stop that. Diamond. We're gonna put another one of these in here. Yeah, there we go. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna connect it via that. Fluids. Output none. Dirt. There we go. Now that gets as much oxygen as it wants, and I don't think it'll interfere with any recipes in it. No, there's only the one recipe. You know, it's too bad that there's no way to do the electric blast furnace as a processing array. Because it means for all of these hot ingots I have to do them one at a time, which is very slow when comparing to how fast these can operate. Okay, and now I'm making more tin wire. So to make 32 of these, I need 32 of these. To make 32 of these, I'm going to need 32 ingots plus... I need to make this 32 times, so that means it'll be... Okay, let's start with the 32 ingots, actually. Let's go cut these. We're going to do this one step at a time. So, first things first, I'm going to make all of those. Okay, so that's that part done. Now let's make the rings. Let's make the rings and these at the same time. So that means you need 32 rods, as well as 32 more rods. That means you need 64 rods. Okay, and now plates, I need 64 plates. And if I do that, and I should bend half of those. And I have to bend all of those. Wait for them to come back in, and... There we go. And we're going to wait until we can make those, which means we need to bring this in. Much quicker way is to just drop it all off the ground. Do all of these at one time. Okay, and now we craft all of those, then we should be able to craft 32 of those. So, what to do, what to do. Well, I can remove that, which means now I am 64 of those. So I need to make 64 of those, and those, and I believe I already have a lot of that electrum wire around. Yes. So can I destroy all of this now? Do I need the polarizer at all in this process? I don't think so, no. Which means I can destroy all of this. That up there. Yeah. I'm not actually going to destroy the machines quite yet. Mostly because I think it's just going to be annoying to deal with. And because I don't think I need to for the amount of room this takes up. Wish I had a quicker way to destroy glass. Actually, destruction. Did I not make a destruction gadget? Bees. Let's bend that. Not bend. Compress that. Destruction gadget. Perfect. Depth 1. 2, 2, 2, 2. There we go. I don't actually need to keep the glass because I'm generating an infinite amount. So it's much quicker to just pull some new stuff out of my system than to actually mine it. Stone. Perfect. Now I can make another one of these. Load that. I only need 4 of those, and this. And then it'll be 1 item input and output. 32. Okay, so it was one more. Oh, it is actually two more. Okay, so pop those all back in there, pop these somewhere. Probably end up moving those to the front now. Okay. Okay, so these don't have any restrictions on them. That has a bunch of restrictions on it, and that also has a few, but this is whitelisted things, not blacklisted. Because there's just so few things that have to be furnaced. Or at least that I'm expecting to have to furnace. Okay, let's go with that. Out. Drag these all back in. And we don't need to filter any of that. In black or whitelist. Blacklist, whitelist. This is a blacklist. Copper, copper nickel, electrum, conthol, platinum, superconductor, tin, fine, fine, fine. And that has to be changed to out. There we go. Now, if I go with item, chest, steal that, motor, out, put a blacklist on both of those. We're gonna need to do a blacklist on this. And we want to do it for ingots. Ingot. And now we're going to do it for... Which of these are all recipes? That we do. Actually, let me just find one. Then, so it's battery alloy, bronze, copper, nickel, electrum, invar. And I can remove bronze definitely. I'll keep that. And I still use electrum, but it's EMCable. So this will be my, try and be my reminder to... Actually, what order do they appear in? Here, so there's battery alloy, copper nickel, invar. Oh. Already in the right order. Electrum is made from gold and silver. So that's... And there should be gold dust somewhere around here. This is my reminder to stop making it manually and to start EMCing it. Sweet. That is another machine done. Let me just destroy up to there. Oh, you know, actually, just in case I need to make any final adjustments. There we go. I want to leave all the fluid pipes. Do I? I don't know. I'll leave it for now. Fluids. Go back to wrench. Actually, you know, I'm not really going to be able to make many gears if I need to, so I'm just going to leave that as is. Each of these can make exactly however much EU they have left's worth. Oh, I should connect this up to the system. Aluminum. Yeah, that's a good enough spot for it, right next to the electric blast furnace. I mean, the only other thing I could think to do with it would be to move this to here, move this up, and then put the electric packer in here, which is what I might end up doing. And then I'll probably end up putting the polarizer here. But before I can do any of that, I have to make more of these, which means I have to make more of these, which means I have to do the next step. I should start taking the output from here directly inside. I'm going to need this. How many things are actually going into this? Lead, antimony, iron, nickel. Copper. I should. You know what I should do? This. Oh, wait. Oh. No, I would need turbo. Turbo, which I don't have any for. Actually, advanced. I should unpack this. Considering I don't think I'll need any more of it. LV, MV, HV. So, no, I need my unpacker. Basic machine hull, advanced machine hull. There we go. So, the part that I have for this is silicone for these and battery alloy. Right, that's what I was working on. I distracted myself with that, other thing. You know, I'm just going to put my entire inventory into there for a second. And now let's continue to grab lead until my inventory... Oh, wait, I missed one thing. Shit. Whatever. And now I need to grab antimony until my inventory is full. I need to lock. There we go. Now Oh, now I'm running into troubles with the amount going in not matching how much it needs. Let's... Well, let's try that first, just to see if that keeps it filled. Yeah, okay. I don't need to put those in there. So we'll let that run. And while that runs... I am going to... start planning how this is going to fit here. So it's a 7 by 7. And I'm going to sort of build a platform for the area. I don't really want it to be that close. In fact, how much room do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't want it to be right up against this. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Means I can't even put it that far because I want to at least reach to inline with this. Although I suppose I could move that to here, I'm guessing. 1 second. Fluid input. Yeah, so I could move it to there. I still don't really want it to touch there, so I would still put this as the... I kind of like it there-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is going to be the edge here, which means there. So now I can get an idea for what area it'll take up. Don't quite like how squished it looks in here. Maybe if I do it there instead. Yeah, okay. So it'll be there. You know, I'm just going to take these away. I can put them back once I move this. So that will be 1. Pipe. Oh, I have to go AFK soon. Technically, I should have already, but I've distracted myself now. Let me see. So glass, it was 6 faces, 25 each. So that'll be more than enough. Where do I want the tank face to be? This won't be here, so I could put it here. I can't put it there. I think I want it here. Unless, do I want the entire thing to be above ground this time? No. I did not mean to do that. I'm trying to destroy everything except... Okay. So one goes there. One goes here. Okay. And... perfect. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 more, plus 1, 2. Okay, and I will finish clearing that up once I get back. This is the compressor, yep. Okay. I have to go AFK again. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Let me my phone there. Okay. So that's working away. To work on this next. Okay, don't pipe. So I see those three things in here. Osmium. And iridium. I believe that's everything. Oh, monzonite. Otherwise, that. Osmium. Oh, and tungsten. I just want to make sure everything is going into the right chest. Monzite and tungsten. Let's just quickly trash that. Let me double check where this is coming from. Oh, yes, yes. This is the, what's over there? Oh, it's that ravine thing that I... What is that empty space down there? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by being able to see through walls. Maybe if I move this over one, then I can... So... I think it's here? Oh, where the hell is this going? Is this going into anything other than those things? If so, I'm gonna have to... Oh, it's going into this, so it's putting canola seeds into there. Canola seeds into there, and... putting them into there. As well as taking out and putting the empowered into there. This is really just taking out, isn't it? Because that thing is the thing picking up the crystallized. So it's actually more like that. So, we could actually... bring that down. And across here. And then that should go directly into here now. Okay. And where is that? Change where that's outputting just that it lines up with this, stone. Okay. Okay, and... Oh, wait. Out. It's a very interesting thing to end up here because of how the pipe's connected underground. Which one of these can do the most? So this is 64 times 4. That's 256. This is closer to 64 times 8. Let me do these ones manually. You know what? If I do it like this, then I can check, and yes, that's gone up, so we're good. Beets are coming out of here and going into this chest, which is a nuisance. Okay, blacklist the beets. Blacklist the beet seeds. Is there any... Blacklist the canola. Anything else? Blacklist the canola seeds. I have a feeling I'm about to blacklist that entire chest's contents. Poisonous potatoes. Potatoes. Raspberries. Wheat. Wheat seeds. Okay, looks like that's it. Thing. Okay, well that continues to work through the stack. I am going to... There we go. Bonsai, that. There's tungsten, iridium. Once that is done, I can take away this chest. How goes the batteries? Let's see, I filled my entire inventory up with both of them, which means I should have 2 inventories worth of plates. So I need 1/5 of 2 inventories. Right? No. Okay, so I filled up 1 inventory plus 2 inventories. Oh, no, yeah, that's 2 inventories worth. Okay, so this is 9, 18, 27, 36 times 2 times 64. I should get my phone out for this. So just gonna be my way to double check that. Okay, so now I need to save 921.6. Oh, interesting. Let me quickly dust. Where's my lead? Where's my antimony? There it is. I get 2 back. There we go. So now it's 4,610. So that means I need 922. Should I add a void to this? I mean, I don't really want to. I'm not worried about this filling up. I'm a little worried about that filling up now. I guess we'll just leave it. Really, isn't this? Sulfuric acid should be going out of this into this. Oh, it's because there's no manganese in here to use up sulfuric acid. Okay. Okay. Um. was I doing? Oh, yes, this. So I want to get 922. Save that. And then this all goes into the bending machine. Okay. Hacker. I'll leave those three alone. What was I? Yes, this is working its way through, so I will probably disassemble this now. Once I start disassembling this, I kind of have to be quick about it. And I have to move this entire system at the same time. Let me get my hoe. And I'm going to stop taking the canola seeds from here, I think. Is this still producing enough seeds? It's at 9,552 right now. I should try to remember to check on this. $1,548. How am I supposed to... Oh. Okay, so I have to crouch to do this. Why aren't those growing? Oh, there we go, that one just grew. What if I just, Huh. So why are these ones in... Oh, it's the reason these ones are in constant flux are probably just because there's so many is what I'm guessing. Individual ones probably still take a long time, but there's so many that it looks like it's always moving. I guess we can just let that be the way that this thing racks up seeds. It's one torch. Well, that sound is going to annoy me. There we go. So now, what is this purpose of this chest? I won't need it for canola seeds, I won't need it for regular seeds. I guess it'll just be for recipe-related stuff? Oh, wrong thing. I want this one. Yeah, there is no way to item pipe into these. Although I'm not sure I actually need this setup much anymore. Because I just EMC all my food, I think. Let's put raspberries in there. So I could destroy all of that farm. And then keep this chest around just until I can input it all into the QIO thing, once I have that set up. Would be the way to go. Could be the way to go. Although I kind of like the aesthetic of the kitchen here. So maybe I'll keep the aesthetic and just get rid of this chest. Oh, actually, this is the reason to keep it. Solely to fill this. I wonder. Huh. So even then I wouldn't have to keep it, because I could literally just bind something to it and fill it constantly that way. Set up a little potato farm right here in place of this. you know, just do a 7x7, or is it 9x9? It's 9x9. Do a 9x9 of potatoes for that and destroy everything else. Or alternatively, just stop making ethylene via this and start taking it from the distillery, which I currently have. Not a bad idea, actually. Save me hydrogen. Not a bad idea at all. I'll think about that for the future. Okay. Now, for this... I wonder, can canola seeds be used... Does it tell me if these can actually be used in chicken breeding? It doesn't. Let me quickly check. It can be used in chicken breeding. Okay. So... seeing as it can be used in chicken breeding, what if I, replaced these with canola seeds, and then I could take from here instead of over there? Wait, any... it'll only do 64 at a time. Okay. Let's just go put this into the other chest. There we go. So now I can pop that there. And I can connect that item pipe up to these. Okay, so this is how we are connecting over to mechanism, so we don't want to destroy this pipe. We do want to get rid of this one. We don't want to destroy all of this necessarily, but we do need to get rid of this. Don't destroy that one, just keep walking this way. There we go. And we just walk forwards and pick up all of the item pipes. Let's grab some dirt. Okay. So, okay. What is this connected to? Oh, that. Okay, so could be worth disconnecting it here and connecting it back over to here. There we go. Now I can destroy this, and it shouldn't affect anything. still connected somewhere in all of this. Ah, here. So this is the entry point for all of the HV. Needs to go to there anyways. You know, I can I can change the connection points there because I've changed what I'm doing. There we go. Sweet. Slightly cleaner piping. Controls, keybinds, key T. Cool. Now if I accidentally hit T when I'm trying to when I'm trying to words are failing me. If I accidentally hit T when I'm trying to open up my terminal. In fact, ooh, that gives me an even better idea. Key Y, T. Ha! I like the idea of it being T more. T for terminal. Even with all of this energy being used, it is still... Oh, it's... yeah, because it works slowly, so it's just slowly going through all of that. T for terminal... fluid pipe. So if we make that in, and that out... Actually, let's make this in for a moment, so that we can get rid of that. And now we make it out. This is going to fill very slowly. Should cause this to be used up much quicker, I imagine. Okay, so that's down there. Done. So we want to do this part first. Something like that. I kind of like how that fits in there. Although, I have to think about where the energy is going to come from. Probably right here. Has to reach all of those. This has to be piped into there. This has to be piped into these three things plus this. This also needs power. Um, at immersive. I'm looking for these. There we go. That's what it's looking for. Screwdriver. Put that. Signal color red. Signal color red. There we go. Render area. Crystallized canola seeds. Which means that can now be filled with canola seeds. Okay. Now, let's so the HV needs to go through here. Item needs to go through here. How close does it get to? This gets 2 away. So that is that done. Oh, we also have to connect it to this. Save ourselves pipe. Or, yeah, cable. So that's a pretty far distance. This is a much shorter distance. So we're gonna do it from the other side. Okay. There we go. Powered canola seeds. Is this a way out? Yes, it is. Oh, already is, Okay. And... Oh, wait. Canola seeds. Why do I keep picking up crystallized canola seeds? Oh, I got those from inside there. Never mind. Stack upgrade. Perfect. I've realized why I did void overflow. It's because eventually this will fill up, and at that point I need to make sure that I'm not just getting them dropped all over the ground. Okay, so is this going up again? Screwdriver? Let me tell it to do this quickly for a little bit. There we go. Now this is building up. And while that works its magic, I am going to go figure out what I want to put in this. Sulfuric acid? Lubricant? Lubricant's not a bad idea. And let's tell it to take out of this and put it into here. Put that into there. There we go. Now I'll have a large surplus of lubricant and creosote. Very large surplus. Is there any way to make this go quicker? Yeah, it's kind of going as quick as it can. This is going to take a while to fill up. What is this stone for? Oh, it's for the roof here. I'll, definitely do crystallized, yes. Nola. Yep. Those are both good now. Nola. I just set this to in/out. Then theoretically, there we go. Get rid of that repetitive noise. That has 190 loud chicken eggs. Oh. I set that to whitelist. Yeah, there we go. I guess I'll just go with trash. And if we tell it to take all the bad eggs out. Now it should take any bad eggs that are in here and put them into this trash can. I imagine this has never stopped working because even if that has filled up with bad eggs, one chicken can go for a super long time because the eggs get used very slowly here. Oh, finally, one chicken stopped, These will close. Actually, you know what? Let's make those two in sync. Actually, it's probably easier to just blacklist these eggs. I don't think they can go in there anyways, but just, you know. Actually, no, they can't go in there. I'm not going to bother with that. Um. So, this is all working good. There. Now that one won't annoy me so bad because it's not constant. Okay. Right now I'm actually not gaining much via this. I guess tooling. Wow, only almost 800. Could be better. Okay, let's close all of that. Let's close that. Terribly worried about that at the moment. I'm mostly just interested in the silicon. So that's 192. I thought I set up a sand chicken. Is it not working right? Let's double check on it. Sand. I bet you I know what I forgot to do. Oh, I guess that's the other thing that this chest is doing right now. Seeds to there. Although that would also be pretty easy to do. I could set up another 7x7 thing like this. Sorry, a 9x9 thing like that. Actually, that would work entirely for this. I could use the seeds from a plant. Potato doesn't have seeds. Carrots don't have seeds. Beets have seeds, I think. So that would be for 5. Wheat is for 5 and definitely has seeds. Although if we get rid of this setup, we don't need this anymore, which would mean we don't actually care about that and we only care about the seeds. Do I still have bees over here? My bee population seems to have decreased a lot. However, I also have an absurd amount of honey already, so I don't know if that's really something that affects me much. What are the recipes for bamboo? Block of bamboo, scaffolding, boxed paper wall, pufferfish. Pandas. I'm gonna take this down. I don't need these anymore. Yeah, that kind of looks fine without that. Bamboo planks. I better make sure I actually have blueberries. Let's clean up the side of my house now that I don't need these. There, that looks better. So do I want to reduce the farm now? That's the canola. So it have to be the potatoes or the... well, before we do that, let's put this into an electric mixer. I didn't think about this. Turbo. Maybe I'll have to take the turbo out of this and put it in the electric mixer for a bit. Yeah. Okay. reactor. Electrolyzer. Did I put my centrifuges back into here? What did I do with them? Ah, that's what I did with them. So, item pipe. Out, blacklist, 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 blacklist. Motor. Okay. So, well, do I want to do beets or wheat? Wheat, because it's more traditional. I'm realizing I'm gonna have to redo these, actually. Because I need to put my chest down first. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so it doesn't really matter where I do it. Um, yeah, you know, I'm gonna dismantle this. Which means I could theoretically move all of this over more. And I'll probably do that at some point. Yeah, if you're not careful, you can teleport into walls and do that to yourself. Okay. Three, four. Yeah, I'll have to work on moving that. So, I need to do a chest. Before I do that, let me get rid of those. And I need it to have at least 3 slots, so we need at least a gold. Right? Yes. I don't suppose there's any kind of seed that doesn't have an attached plant to it that's easy to make. Sesame seed. I don't know if chickens can be bred with this, though. Mustard seeds? Hemp can be done with that. Melon. Pumpkin seeds. Oh, actually, this is a chicken. So it accepts torchflower seeds. So let's see what each of these makes. I mean, this one makes wheat, we know that. This one makes pumpkins, this one makes melons, beetroots, and the seed. Torch flower. So not that one. Pitcher pod. You'd have to set up some kind of auto-crafting thing and a precision sawmill to do either of these. Ah, this one would be slightly easier. I could just set it to trash the wheat. Also, this is the wrong spot. It has to connect to one of those. means I'll put this then. You know, another way I could do this would be to output the wheat directly into a trash can. Because if I outputted wheat directly into a trash can... Yeah, but then I have to deal with finicky, making sure it's outputting fast enough. Void overflow, work in GUI. Void overflow allow wheat. And there we go, that's that complete. That is now bound to that. Do a fence there, then I'm beginning to regret putting nature's blessing on this. What else is on this? Unbreaking? How would this ever break? I guess maybe it makes forge energy go slower. Yeah, these both have a book on them for these two things, which I'm going to make as soon as I can. Unbreaking. No. Destroy all of this soon, but not yet. So I wanted fence here. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I guess I should do the bucket of water first. Oh, this is so much easier than last time when I didn't have a easy way to get energy constantly. Now we need 6, 7, 8. Put 9 in and we'll see if I can get another one in somehow. Okay, well. Let me go grab some water from this, and then we can put that bucket back. Finish off this. I'm gonna have to find a way to suppress particles because this is far too many particles in one spot. Particles. Nope, there is not something in there. I might just have to video settings, quality, decrease, minimal all. That does not seem to have helped. That's... I might have to do a smaller farm. Filters? Let's look through the filters that are here. Okay, we're going to make this farm smaller. Dirt, grab some extra. If I wanted to torch... How would I want to do that? I mean, I could do it like this. Then they share one. Something like that. Or... Well, actually, I'm going to keep doing this on the surface for now. This one isn't being affected. This one isn't being affected. This one isn't being affected. There we go. But what if I don't actually even need that much? What if I just do... What if I just do one? Lagged a moment. You know, I think I'm gonna go with 3, the same as the other. Side. You know, I'm not actually sure if that was bound to that or not. There we go. Now we do that. I didn't accidentally put any of my time torches in there. No, I didn't. Um, so now at some point I have to reorganize that. Stainless steel. Then I'm going to have to make 256 of these. Oof. So I'm going to have to make a lot more silicon. Maybe it'd be worth just making the processing array for it. I don't know. For now, I have to make silicon. How much do I have? Oh, I accidentally used up 3 too many. Quartz. Make 1 extra. Sand. So that will make the silicon ingots, and then from there, enough of both of those. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go run this through the compressor. Maybe I should have made these a bit farther back. Um, Now these go into the compressor. And these go into there. Silicon plates. Aluminum. Copper. Okay, and perfect. Put both of those away. Aluminum. Okay, so I have that. So I just need to make 64 of these now, which is a much longer process. How's this going? Slowly. So we can destroy this now. Dirt. You know, I'm realizing this might be a bit easier if I'm smaller, actually. Although this is slightly more annoying. In fact, why don't I fill in all of this water beforehand? Now, and if I remove my stepping boots, now I can very quickly if I just run in circles around this, it'll slowly get smaller. And then I should get out my building gadget to fill it back in. Okay. And now let's gather up all of this. Gadget. There we go. Okay, and now we gotta destroy this part of the fence. Cheers. Alright. There we go. I don't need to keep these guys around. Everything they drop is EMCable, so I'll just make sure to pop a little bit into my EMC before I put the rest away in my storage system. Perfect. Wow, I could level out a lot more of this area if I wanted to now. Or if I need the space. Now just bring this up and go shoop all the way across. And then shoop over to this corner. How are you spawning? Torch. Monster creature. Dirt. There we go. Now my base is going to look cleaner. And do I have something going through over here at all? No, I don't think so, on account of the fact that I have all of this. Why do I have this stuff saved up here? So, time for the final part of making a bunch of turbos. And this we can put right here. Okay. So, to make this, I need to make 64 of these. So I need to do sand. There we go. Now, while that does its thing, can I make... So I need 2 stacks of silicon before I can do that part. Press that. $64. And what else can we cut out of here now? I can cut those down. I can cut that down. $32 becomes plates, becomes a bunch of copper fine wire. circuit. What's next? Fine wire. We can compress that now. So I can close that. What else? That. Those. That. So, next is Electrum. Gonna need more aluminum cable soon. But we still have enough for this. So we have to do aluminum. Electrum. Silicon is going through. So we need 922. That actually surprisingly doesn't get rid of very much. To the point that I am not going to focus on it. Interesting. We can start running those through. That's still going. Aluminium. Yeah, we've got quite a bit back already. But is it enough? And we can tell it to put this in after. All of that goes into the wire mill. Okay, and then I guess I could start reorganizing this mechanism aspect. Well, if we brought this over to here, then we could connect the hydrogen into here and bring this over to here. So, the back should be cyan and the left should be... I could bring these forwards more. This one's already almost filled up. I'll just let it sit like this. So this needs to connect to this. This needs to get oxygen from this. So back is that. Left is output 1. Right is going to be output 2. Gases, input 1. I think I just have to accept the loss. So gases left. It actually might be better if I brought this to here. I'm very sad to do this. This to here. This to here. Gases input at the back. Gases input at the front. Oh. Gonna have to deal with that in a second. Okay. So this needs water, and this needs water. Um, how do I want to fit this all in? I kind of want to open up room for having more of that. Actually, no, I don't. Because I want to get this out from in front of that. There we go. So that's that done. So this now needs just energy. This now needs just energy. This now needs just energy. And this needs water still. So let's figure out how we're going to get water into both of these. Second, I'm getting a phone call. I have to go AFK for just a few minutes. Not even a few minutes. But I don't suppose there's any way to... No, I can't swap it to the other side. It has to be on this side. That has to be on that side of this. So it has to be here like this, roughly. Well then, I can put energy into that one, that one, that one, from the bottom. I kind of... have to put it in through the left side here. Easiest way is to just connect that one with that. Easiest way to connect this one is... we connect those two together, then we can save on space here. Then the quickest way to connect that is via this. Yeah, I figured it would take a second just to deal with all of that. And now I need a bucket. And I'm going to fill in some of this. And now from here, and that's now full of water, so is that, which means this should all be coverable again, or most of it should be, because we still have to then do those. I'm going to finish this once I get back from being AFK. I'll set a 5-minute timer, but I don't even think it's going to be that long. Okay, be right back. Okay. It's more like 5 minutes than I thought. So, we have half an hour to try and make both the turbo casing stuff. Up. Oxygen is coming out of this. Where do I want the oxygen to come out of? And the hydrogen. Well, I could do it. No, I actually, I'm gonna do this one first. Fluids output. Why is there so many fucking zombies? Okay. Fluids output front. Actually, I'm gonna let this one have room for 2. Hmm. Uh, ch -ch -ch -ch. Fluids output front. Fluids output right. Where do both of these lead to? Right, that one goes to there. This one is going to here as well as to here. Okay. Birch. There we go. That's pretty-ish now. Okay. That's filling with oxygen, that's filling with hydrogen, that is full of hydrogen chloride. Sweet. And I can't see any gaps in the floor, which is what we want. We don't like an ugly floor. And that's filling with chlorine. Good. Okay, so now all of this can be converted to ingots. $3,584. That's roughly how much was in there. And this can go into the wire mill, where we can pull out $896, which means that the rest of this, if it isn't going into that, must be going into this. We can turn that into a whitelist for a moment. So what are various things here being made out of? That's all fine wire. I actually don't think I need to make any cables. Yeah, I already have enough. Okay, so seeing as I turned it into a whitelist, maybe I should remove these. Three, 5, 8, 4. Now I can turn that back into a blacklist. $320 becomes $960. Stainless steel, go until it hits 80, and now we need to put all of those resistors in there. So those three take up that. There. Something like that. And now we need tank. And first we're going to empty out that one. To the other side so that I can see this easier. I forgot to Silicon goes into the compressor now. Where's this at? Nice. Oh, I forgot to pick out my curio thing. Dark. There we go. Sleep charm. Die. There we go. Now that I have the sleep charm in my inventory again, they should not bother me. It seems to be roughly filling. It's either losing or gaining very slowly. It's 250. Got used for. Oh, silicon, right. Monocrystalline silicon. Now that both of those are made, I can make these. So now to make that, I need to make 1 stack of these, 1 stack of these, 2 stacks of these. What's this? Oh wow, it actually did use up all of the... Perfect. Table. So I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. I'm missing one. Where did I put the... There they are. Centrifuges. Okay, so... I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be the packer. Which furnace do I want this to be? Probably the regular. Okay, so now we what is these are all used for? Certus quartz, stainless steel rod, magnetic copper nickel wire, magnetic steel rod. This is used for quartz fixture. Steel. As well as flux crystals. Flux crystals get used for a variety of things. These are mainly used in one recipe. These are really only used in a few recipes, but probably still worth doing. Do I use these at all anymore? Not really. So there's pretty much just 3 recipes. And of them, there's the wire, that, and then just Certus quartz. One, 1 to 1. So this is going to be a 64. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Perfect. Okay. And how many of these did we use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18 each. And then for this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 9, 18, 27 times 2 is 54. Minus 1 is 53. Well, actually, yeah, so 53 times 4. But then there is also other outputs to consider. And I'll probably end up building those off stream just because we are kind of at the end already. Packer. Unpacker. I don't actually know where the best place to put this is. Sure, we'll go with that. I also need to build a bunch more of these at some point. And I'll probably put them underground and just have the box to go in and the output above ground. So I'll also have to gather up all of the steel item inputs and outputs and replace them at some point. Is there anything else I want to do before logging off? I was gonna have to make these another time. I'll probably spend my offline time building up this even more. Let's finish our destruction of the church. That's happened all the way in episode 1. Charm. Let's get this back out. So we need more dirt. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so I think next time, which will be next Monday, I'll probably try and craft these, the ultimate laser drill and the gravity chest plate. I also might end up working on the nuclear reactor that day, depending. I mean, I imagine at that point I will have all of this set up. I just have to craft 63 of these, 63 of these, 62 of these. One of those, sorry, 63 of those, and 63 of these. This is where the real recipes are. Okay, yeah, so it's 63 of these. Of these. Oh, those are all good. And then... yeah, and then I'll have my setup for hopefully a while. Wow, without currently is that pillar is the very center of, well, not the very center, but it's roughly the center of my setup. is actually kind of nice because it makes it very easy to teleport. Because I can just be like, you know, if I was, oh, you know, let's say I was coming from over here and I wanted to get there quickly, I would just see that and I'd go, oh, there we go, boom. So very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's it for today's stream then. Because I don't think I can craft any of these extraordinarily quickly, especially not that one. Don't need to craft that one. That one's actually pretty quick. That one's also not bad. I'd have to make these as well. The limiting factor on both of these is... So that would be 128. That's 2 stacks of 63. Okay, and now if I cut these... And now, if I... don't want to accidentally craft too many. Yeah. No, I don't like that spot. Maybe I just put it right back in front. Okay. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. I'll worry about that off stream. Oh, one final touch on both of these. Chest. Item. Huh, interesting. One, two, three, four. Out. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Out. Nickel, Invar, gold, silver. This one is a white list, not a black list. Electric Packer. There we go. So now I can pack stuff. There we go. I can do these quick as well. As is common, I have said I will get off and then I immediately don't get off. So For this one, it's 63. That's not the problem, and that's not the problem. These are. This is the packer. Double. You know, I'm thinking I'm probably just going to have to whitelist stuff. This case, what I'm going to whitelist is nothing, actually. Press that. This is the wire mill. And then steel. Pack those. And cut those. See, the nice part is the more of these I get done, the faster it is to create the next one, just on account of having everything necessary to create the components for it faster. Like in the past, waiting on 504 of those would have been far too long. I wouldn't have been willing to just... Oh, wrong thing. I'm gonna need a way to label these. I could either just do a sign and put the label on them. Sign. One of these looks better. I think oak. One sec, I'm getting a call. Okay. And then I need is... Okay, I'm gonna do these 3 off stream. Because we are half an hour past when I would normally stop. So for now, that's going to be all. Hold on. Iser. I almost need a way to make the text bigger. Okay, this isn't gonna work. I'll also look at what to do with this off stream. Because I don't know. I'm gonna need something to label them, but don't know what yet. Okay. This time, that is actually the end of today's stream. Thank you all for coming. Tomorrow, the plan is to stream Night Rain. Gladius, aka Trisphalos, is coming out as the next Everdark Sovereign. Supposedly it's the last one they've said they're doing, but I don't believe them. I think they're gonna come out with a surprise one and be like, aha, it's Holster, or whatever his name is. But yeah, that's tomorrow. Thank you all for coming. Goodbye.